Right now, I'm on a consecutive green streak that's more than 40 days long. You can see right here. Now, my longest ever consecutive green streak was 56 consecutive days. And I'm not counting how many green days I've had in a row right now because I don't want to put that number in my head and then get attached to it. But I know it's more than 40 days because it's been more than 2 months. And it is because of this change I've made. So this is kind of how I started thinking about it. Let me pull up my, I'll just pull up the slide here for a second. So let me just kind of throw this out here and let me see what you think of this. So what I noticed about winning days. So on winning days, basically, typically first trade is big green, right? I start with a solid green trade and I'm just like instantly instant cushion, and then I take risk using the cushion and get towards my daily goal and move towards daily goal. So next thing you know, I'm up, 5K on the day. And then on days when I'm feeling really good and I've done all of that in like 30 minutes, I just continue trading, like trade aggressively until momentum slows down. And then I kind of cool off. So like that's kind of my typical green day. But on the losing days, typically the first trade is big red. Instant loss. Okay. So the problem here is that when I take that big loss, what's my instinct? My instinct is, all right, I just had a big loss. Look for next trade to take larger size to recoup first loss. And then often second loss, even bigger than the first. And here I'm at max loss, minus 5K, easily. Like it happens so fast. And this would be a day where my accuracy is obviously, 0% if I just take 2 trades and hit max loss. But sometimes what'll happen is 0% fast. And this would be a day where my accuracy is obviously, 0% if I just take 2 trades and hit max loss. But sometimes what'll happen is I'll have that first trade, for instance, and maybe on the first trade, I might even go slightly green. Like I'll have the first trade, I go slightly green. Then the second trade with big size, I'm at a big loss. And then I take a couple more trades trying to rebound, and then boom, I dig the hole deeper. So usually what happens on those days is it's like this kind of, I'm just stair stepping down, right? I'm just going lower and lower. And these are the trades where every trade I'm taking too much size, I'm taking too much risk, I'm being really aggressive. And it's just like, it's the opposite of what happens on a good green day. On a good green day, it's a good winner, maybe a couple break-even trades, another big winner, a couple small trades, another big winner, a couple small trades. But on the red days, it's like big loser, couple small trades, another big loser, couple small trades, another big loser. So the big thing here is the word big, right? So yes, it's awesome on a green day to start with a big green trade and have an instant cushion and then be able, to take risk using that cushion and make my way towards the $5,000 daily goal and just essentially keep trading aggressively until I've had kind of, that first sort of like step back down, right? So that's kind of the spot to walk away. Because initially, like a little step down, keep going. Another step down, keep going. Another step down, keep going. One step down, and then a step lower. Okay, that's the spot to walk away right there. And usually for me, I calculate that hard stop if I give back 50% of profit for sure, but sort of a mental, kind of caution flag if I lose 20% off the top. But at the same time, if I don't give back profit off the top, that tells me I'm not pushing myself. And I say this to my kids all the time when we go skiing. I'm like, guys, fellas, If you don't fall down, you're not pushing yourself. Don't worry about falling. It's no big deal. We go on days when there's a lot of powder. It's nice. It's fun. You can fall. You're not going to get hurt. You've got to push yourself. You've got to trade at the edge of your comfort zone if you want to see those big green days. All right, so that's a given. But what I don't want and what I want to try to avoid are the big red days. And for me, this kind of came out of, I had sort of a tough month in March and then, sort of smoothed out in April and May. And then in June, I just happened to have a couple of, bigger losses that just got me really emotionally activated. And this was kind of where I started to get myself in the zone. I think the issue here was that I had a really good start to the month. And then basically I gave almost all of it back. And that was the beginning of and then, sort of a tricky week here, tricky day there, just and then all of a sudden it was it clicked. It was the craziest thing. And here's one thing that I'll say about it clicked. It was and then all of a sudden it was it clicked. It was the craziest thing. And here's one thing that I'll say about my strategy. So, okay, and then this was losing days. So on losing days, typically first trade is big red. So I was okay, maybe, is there a way that I could start my day with smaller size? So that first trade, which kind of sets the tone, won't be a trade that brings me halfway to max loss and gets me emotionally activated. And maybe I should stop taking larger size on the second loser. So new approach as a test. It was start with quarter size until I'm up 20 cents per share, which for me is 5K shares equals $1,000, a quarter size of about 20,000 share position. And that's pretty full size for me. So I thought here, if I could do that, then on my first trade, here's sort of the scenario. First trade is let's say $200 winner. Stay with small size, right? Trade 2 is a $500 winner. Stay with small size. Then trade 3 is $1,000 winner, permission to scale up, right? And then from there, size up until size up to full size, which is basically here, and then I'm going to stop once I've given back 20% off the top, approximately. Right? So this is kind of how I was easing my way into the day. And here's something really that I think is nice about the strategy that I trade. If we look at my days, how many trades am I taking? 22, 11, 20, 7, 16. We look at, the month of, I don't know what month that was, but, we look at August here. Some of these days, 30 trades, 69 trades. So some of these days, I'm really getting a lot of trades. And here's the cool thing. What this means is that if I start the day, let's say we play the other scenario where first trade is a $200 loser. Stay with small size. Then trade 2 is a $500 winner. I stay with small size. Trade 3 is a $1,000 winner, or $1,200. Now I can start to, once I'm up over $1,000, size up. But if trade 3 is another $500 loser, then I stay with small size, right? Then let's say trade 3 is a $500 loser. 3 losses in a row, call it a day. Walk away right there. Now I could do that. Or I could say, well, my max loss is what? My max loss is minus 5,000. So right now I'm down how much? I'm down $1,200. So what I could say is stay with small size. And then let's say trade number, finally, trade 4. trade 4 is a, $1,000 winner. I get 20 cents on 5,000 shares. Awesome. Then I stick with small size, and then trade 5 is another $1,000 winner. All of a sudden, now I'm back to, in the green, right? So this is kind of the thing, because for the strategy that I trade, I see so many opportunities. There's a good chance that if I lose on trade 1 and 2, I'm still going to see 10 more trades today. Now, my accuracy is lower on losing days, but I think that's because historically I've gotten myself emotional and I've lowered my quality threshold to try to quickly recoup losses. And if instead I stay calm, cool, and collected, then I'm able to actually recover from being in the red to being in the green. So let's see. This was a day. We'll go back here. So this day I had a little bit of chop. I kind of was like green and red and green and red, but I never traded past max loss. And then there were enough opportunities I was able to make my way back into the green. So I finished the day in the green, which was great. I had another day. Let's see. I can't remember where it was now. It doesn't really matter, but another day that was similar. I went down into the red a little bit, but by the end of the day, there were enough opportunities that I was able to rally out of the red and finish in the green. I don't know what day it was. It doesn't really matter. It might have been back here. No, that was just that. See, this is just a nice green day, right? No loss. Nice solid green day. This one, fine. This one, fine. This one, fine. Right? No loss. Nice solid green day. This one, fine. This one, fine. This one, fine. Yeah, sometimes it takes a second to find. I mean, generally, well, that one I went slightly red, but usually if I'm focusing on high quality setups, I could start the first day with a nice little cushion. Now here's the one where I went green, then I went red on trade 2, and then I just bounced right back. And then once I was up over 1,000, I was able to step up. But as it turned out, there wasn't a whole lot to trade that day, so I didn't get super aggressive. So for me, I've heard of traders who, especially if they're a large cap trader or something like that, they might only get a couple good trades a week. But for me, because I'm an active day trader focusing on, small cap stocks, trading on the 1-minute chart, there's ample opportunities. So if I go red, if I can maintain focus and I stay, disciplined, I can maintain 60, 70% accuracy. And that means over the next 10 trades, statistically, I'll be able to finish the day green, as long as I don't increase my size. So like that, it's just been like such a game changer. And this is kind of the incredible thing about trading. I've been doing this full time for more than a decade and I'm still learning. I'm still having these epiphanies. So this was a really big one for me, and it's resulted in my confidence going up, my accuracy going up, my total profits going up. And I'm looking forward to seeing where this takes me for the rest of the year. And of course, I'm now teaching this to all of our members because while I wish I had learned it sooner, no one taught it to me when I got started. And so ultimately, you guys benefit from all my years of experience and how they culminate in these little epiphanies. The one that I had with the dip trading in 2020, the one that I've just had here, and some of the others that I've had over the years before. So it's like every now and then just things kind of click and I'm like, whoa, I hadn't tried that before. I can't believe it. It was so obvious. It makes sense that when you're having a red day, you shouldn't increase your share size. And yet, so many traders, including myself, would. Now, coming back to kind of to bring it full circle with the YouTube channel, my growth as a trader, from my very early years, it kind of went in tandem with trading and creating this blog, which has turned into warriortrading.com, and then the uploads to YouTube, which has turned into the YouTube community. And they grew sort of organically. And in a lot of ways, they've become intertwined. Of course, I trade every day and I'm streaming for members here at Warrior Trading. So you guys have an expectation of me that I'm going to be here. I upload my videos to YouTube. I enjoy doing it. And at this point, like, why wouldn't I just do both? Because they're so intertwined. I've been doing them together for so long. And, in truth, I feel like uploading my recaps to YouTube in a lot of ways serves me as much as it might serve you, because it's holding me accountable to stay disciplined. Because if I'm not disciplined, I now have to come up here and say, I'm an idiot. This is what I did today. And so in a way, it makes me a more disciplined trader. And it also helps with my own process of kind of reflecting on what I've done right and what I've done wrong, coping with the losses and sort of talking it out, processing the winners. I mean, it's part of my workflow at this point. So, I think that there are some people, like, if I had started trading and I was making $750,000 a year from day one, I probably wouldn't have created a YouTube channel, because I wouldn't have struggled. I wouldn't have needed to create or to create an archive of like a database of all these setups, because I would have just naturally figured it out and been super successful right away. But because I struggled, these were things that I used and I needed to help me in my learning curve. And so I've just continued building on them as a resource for other traders. And, so yeah, I think that I wish in some ways I'd been the trader that hit the ground running and in my first year made, $1 million or whatever, but that wasn't me. I struggled. Because I went through that struggle, I really know what it's like for others that also struggle. And it's been meaningful for me to be able to teach. And I think growing up as someone who, to be honest, never really had a lot of self-esteem, I felt kind of not a lot of self-confidence. I don't know that I ever expected I'd become really good at something. And I've become pretty good at this. And that by itself is a huge sense of accomplishment. But the fact that I've become good enough at this that other people want to learn from me is, I feel extraordinarily blessed and fortunate. And when I share with others and you guys are asking me questions and you're like, Ross, tell me more, I want to learn more, it's like so rejuvenating for me. Like it builds my confidence, because now I have so many people out there that care to hear what I have to say. Now, my uncle is celebrating his 50th year this spring as a college professor. He's in his 80s and he's been teaching for 50 years. My grandmother was a French teacher. My mom worked in the school system. And so in a way, as a third generation, my other grandmother worked in the elementary school. So in a way, maybe there's something in my genes that makes me want to teach or enjoy teaching. I don't know. I mean, there is some legacy of that. Not that I don't know, but it's just something that I find interesting. And maybe it's a communication style, just the way I was growing up around people who were sort of teachers. And I try to be a really great teacher and a really great guide to my children. And that's been like my greatest role so far is that. And one thing I'll tell you is that the patience required to be good at trading will carry over to your life in general. I really think it'll make you a better person if you can learn to be more patient. So the big picture is that I continue to upload every single day. I love making this content. I love teaching. I find it so enjoyable, and I'm planning, to continue doing it for as long as I can, because there's no reason not to. It's just it's so nice. I mean, anything else, there's days that are easier than others, and last year was a tough year and I did get beaten into submission a bit, but this year I'm feeling really good. I've got some a nice tailwind, and I'm really trying to do everything I can to help support traders who are a little bit earlier in their career, to send the ladder back down. And I'm really proud of the software that I've been able to build. And you guys have, put your faith in me to build this with your membership fees and everything else. And I think I've done right by you. I know you're all enjoying the platform a lot, and we're continuing to build it and get it better. So at the end of the day, I follow every single day a very fixed and repeatable process. I know what I'm looking for. I know how to find stocks to trade. I know how to do my technical and fundamental analysis. I know where to get in. I know where to get out. I manage my risk. And as long as I follow that process every single day and maintain discipline, the profits are a byproduct. What we know is that most traders out there will lose money, and I believe they lose money for one of two reasons. The first is they fail to learn a strategy, period. And a lot of people that came into the market during the dot-com bubble or even during the pandemic, shooting from the hip, trading a little of this and a little of that, but it didn't really have a strategy, and they may have had beginner's luck because they joined the market at a good time, but ultimately that ran out. So you need to have a strategy. And I think it makes sense, rather than trying to go through the process of trial and error like I went through, to actually learn from someone who's proven profitable. Now, when I was learning how to trade, if you wanted to learn from a mentor, you kind of had to move to New York City and work at one of these prop firms or trading desks in order to get, in a community with other traders. And then, of course, you would have to trade the strategy that they were trading, but you really didn't have a lot of other choices. I was living in Vermont. I had applied to work at a firm in New York, but I got rejected. That was when I was I was younger, in my 20s, maybe 22. And, it is what it is. I didn't have the credentials that they were looking for, but to learn on your own in a rural area, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it was very difficult. So I had no choice really but to do trial and error or move. But you guys don't have that same challenge. You can learn a ton from me, from a lot of the free content that I put out there. And then, of course, you become a member of our community. You can go through all my premium content, my full-length curriculum, and you can use my tools and listen to me trade every single day. And so if the first group of people fail because they don't have a strategy, the second group of people fail, in my opinion, not because they don't have a strategy. They have a strategy, but they lack the discipline to follow the strategy. I was just reading on Reddit about a trader who, said they've been doing this for several years and they're giving up and they've lost all this money and they've lost their job and their wife divorced them. And I'm thinking, trading right here is a symptom of a much bigger underlying problem. And again, I don't know this person, but I see that as like, there's a major issue here. And it just happened that trading is sort of the I don't know, is the vehicle, but it might likely have been something else, because you've got an underlying issue here with discipline, self-control, knowing when to quit. And you see that with people. And so if you follow a path that outlines, start in the simulator, do this for 6 weeks, do this for another 4 weeks, do this for 2 weeks, then go live with 100 shares only once you first meet these credentials, you're reducing your risk of all of that bad stuff happening. You're now trading in a safe environment. That's the right way to learn. And as a second side note, I read about this guy on Reddit who got something like $700,000, $900,000 from his grandmother when she passed away. He put it all into Intel stock, and then he had a good thesis of why he liked it. And then at 4 p.m., Intel announces that they're laying off like 30% of their workforce, and the stock drops 30% or whatever it was. And he's down, 250 grand like that. And that was a reminder to me that we need to know our lane. We cannot think that we're going to do as well or better than Warren Buffett and these big investors trading large cap stocks. We don't know anything about that. There is an area in the market where we have an edge, and that is on technical analysis, trading stocks that have breaking news. That is the spot to focus, and that's where I'm trading every single day. Now, for those of you guys who have tuned in and listened to this whole episode and are watching on YouTube, I hope you guys will check out a 2-week trial. You can watch over my shoulder for the next 2 weeks. You can see what it's like to be a member of the community. You can use my software, Day Trade Dash. During that 2-week trial, you'll have access to the scanners. You'll have access to the charts, the news feed, my broadcast. You'll have access to 7 chapters from my curriculum, so you can get kind of a preview of what it's like to be a full-fledged Warrior Pro member, and I think you'll really enjoy it. So make sure you guys check that out, and if you plan to continue learning about day trading and watching episodes about trading strategy, I hope you'll subscribe to the channel, and I hope you hit that thumbs up. Thanks as always for tuning in. I'll remind you as always that trading is risky. My results aren't typical, so manage your risk, take it slow, and always practice in the simulator before you put real money on the line.
Oh, not too much. Just. How you doing? Oh, not too much. Just cleaning up and enjoying some peace and quiet.
Oh yeah. What's going on today?
What's it look like? Hanging out.
Right on. So you recording?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Did you ask my consent for that?
Do you need it in Canada?
I'm asking you a question.
I didn't.
Should you?
No.
You don't think so?
It's like freedom of, I don't know, freedom of photography.
Anyways, so I'm a conservation officer.
Sure.
Out of Owen Sound.
Nice.
Do you have any firearms with you today?
Oh, no.
Are you doing any hunting today?
No, I don't hunt.
You don't hunt? Okay. You doing any fishing today?
No, not today.
No? Okay.
I usually don't fish until summer. I do some walleye fishing up north and whatnot. Do you have lots of problems with that out here? With people hunting? How you doing?
Tim Dillon revealed the exact joke from his podcast that got him fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival just a few weeks before the big gig.
My agent called me and he goes, they heard what you said about them having slaves. And I said, I was being positive about it. I was defending them. He goes, well, I know that. I said, I was defending them for having slaves. I literally said slaves are probably hard workers and for the most part agreeable, but they didn't like that. You can literally support somebody too much. I've learned this. You can actually, by the way, in life, this happens. Too many compliments, too much support, and then they turn on you. I was saying that slaves were proud of some of the buildings they built. That's what I was saying.
Tim Dillon revealed the exact joke from his podcast that got him fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival.
And they turn on you. I was saying that slaves were proud of some of the buildings they built. That's what I was saying. I was saying that if I was a slave, not that I want to be, if I was a slave, and I built a really nice thing, I might say to my slave children, Daddy built that.
Tim Dillon revealed the exact joke from his podcast.
Hey guys, I'm in Indonesia and I just yoinked a highly venomous blue-lipped sea crate. Later I yoinked this porcupine fish. He sure is spiky. I made sure to keep him in the water so he calms down. And check him out, he deflated, that means he's happy. Check out this little mud skipper. Boop. When I realized he was friendly, I went all out and started stroking him. Such a good boy. This one wasn't having it though. Boop. He did a backflip. This sea urchin gives me traumatic flashbacks of all the times I've been stung by them, but this one didn't get me. Indonesia has some of the prettiest coral reefs I've ever seen. I'm not sure of all the species, but this coral is absolutely gorgeous. Check out this little wet noodle. I thought it was a highly venomous sea snake, but it turned out to be a non-venomous marine file snake. Hey, Mr. Crab, let me pet. He wasn't having it. This little stingray is the most gorgeous stingray I've ever seen. This venomous Waggler's viper was just asking to get pet. She is so gorgeous. Probably one of the most gorgeous pit vipers I've ever seen. Anyone in the comments know the species of this lizard? This little flying fox is so adorable. Look at that little face. These giant caves gave me a sinus infection from the bat guano. But that's just part of the grind. Check out this house centipede. So cute. Boop. That's a big huntsman spider. Boop. Hey guys, I'm in Indonesia and I just yoinked a highly venomous blue-lipped sea. Hey guys,
Now I'm going to share with you a little bit of a secret. The secret is that everything you've learned today is going to work the best when you apply it to the right financial instrument. So what is the right financial instrument? The right financial instrument is one that is volatile, one that is moving today. So my focus while trading stocks is to trade the leading percentage gainer each day in the entire market. Each day, I focus on trading the number one, number two, whatever is in the top of the leading percentage gainers. Those are typically stocks that have breaking news. It's easier for a $2 stock to go up 400% in one day than a $40 stock. So if you're in the crypto world, focusing on the currencies that are the most volatile gainers. Those are typically stocks that have breaking news. It's easier for a $2 stock to go up 400% in one day than a $40 stock. So if you're in the crypto gainer each day, in the entire market, each day, I focus on trading the number one, number two, whatever is in the top of the leading percentage gainers. Those are typically stocks that have breaking news. It's easier for a $2 stock to go up 400% in one day than a $40 stock. So if you're in the crypto world, focusing on the currencies that are the most volatile today, that are the top percentage gainers and that have the most volume, same with Forex pairs, same with futures contracts. You focus on what is obvious in the market right now. Now I'm going to share with you a little bit of a secret. The secret is that everything you've learned today is going to work.
And I posted a video to Discord, and this is kind of the gist of it. Is like short selling is risky, but I've done things to try to mitigate that, like not go too heavy in one position. That's the thing about these tickers is, like, even if I have high conviction, we're still shorting like sketchy small cap companies that are desperate for cash usually and willing to manipulate the ticker. So even if your thesis is like rock solid, there's still a chance that it doesn't respect any levels. It pumps. It's there's some orchestrated pumps behind the scenes. Wells, trying to send it. So one of the ways I offset my risk is I just don't go too heavy in one play, and then I keep my account size small. I trade 25K account, so anytime it gets over 40K, I take the money out. So I did that 4 times last month. So even if I get too reckless and trade zero liquidates my account, I lost 25K. I made 50K last month, so I could blow up twice and still be at break even with last month. So again, there's ways to mitigate the risk of short selling, but it is risky. So. Yes, BG, probably swinging shorts is probably not a bad time to do that, to be honest. But I had success with that in 2024, actually. But I did get caught in one. So there's a PR, took a short, swung it for a day or two, and then they released another PR before I closed it. Then it pumped right back to where I started. I ended up losing money on it. So that's always the downside with these shorts. Swings is all it takes is one PR to send that thing back up. And sometimes they'll double up, triple up in weak PRs. Not common, but you'll see it. Doubling back with another PR is crazy work. Yeah, no. Let's see, Jalen. A lot of these companies, when they see that other companies are dropping news with no strong reaction, they start holding back their news until it heats up again, for sure. Sure, we're not the only one that knows the market is slow. Yeah, you'll see that a lot of times in the hot markets. And that's the real advantage in the hot market is you can get, when things are running hard, you can definitely get in too early and lose money. Like I've done it many times. But I do like the part I do like about the hot market is the money rotation is a lot more legit. So because there's only so much liquidity that people are trading with. So in the hot market, even if things are running, you'll see a lot of decent flushes as money rotate away from one play to jump in the next. Because this is the downside about the slow market. We still see money rotation, but only one or two tickers are really running. That's where everybody's at. So the capital's a little bit more locked up until everybody closes at the same time. Or blame it on short sellers, whatever. Whatever your thesis is. Candles, your slow market isn't good for shorting either. No. Because and I have done better in slower markets. I think just because I lower chance of getting blown up. But to your point, you can make good money when it's hot market shorting. You just gotta make sure you don't get in too early. And then if you're wrong, get out quick. Easier said than done for sure, but I know a lot of my OGs when we were still in Circle before Discord, a lot of y'all killed it in summer. Like we saw like record days from a lot of people. CJ, I don't know if you're on. This dude was having 5-figure days. But Hiso was having 5-figure days. Raven, I don't know what happened to that dude, but he was having 5-figure days. Like just stupid money. For real, J Money. Oh, Saber. Yeah, that's right, Fran. Saber had a 5-figure day too. Yeah, Alex Raven was putting up numbers. Hope he's well. No, he done took his cash and sailed away, I guess. I don't know. I'm glad y'all can attest to it. I'm not making it up. Like there was stupid money being made over the summer in the hot market. I wasn't doing as well. Probably because I'm a front side trader and I wasn't adjusting to the excessive moves. But yeah, there's a lot of people banking. It's been many moons since I've had a 5-figure day. I've never had a 5-figure day. Y'all know me, I'm not trying to pump myself up. Like I just made consistent base hits. I think the most I've ever won in a day was 8K, which I'm very proud of, but I've never had a 5-figure day. I don't think. No, Alex, that was a crazy time. Honestly, there's a little insecurity there too for me. I'm like, man, why am I not like making it? Of course, I was proud. Like, I'm never jealous, not a second. I was proud, but I was just like, dang, these guys are killing it. I gotta do better. JYD, something moving now? Oh, a little pop. It's already back down though. Look at these flushes, guys. They're flushing so quick lately. point is of the whole story about bragging how like 3 or 4 people were having solid 5-figure days is so you can make good money in hot market short selling too. You can make more money because if things are up 500%, when it finally breaks, like there's a lot of money to be made on the downtrend. But when that happens again, I'm gonna have to tweak my strategy a little bit because y'all see I'll jump in sometimes before even looking at the news, or often. And I have to reel that in when it's hot markets, because if it's like a really good PR, can't do that. And that's why crypto treasuries destroyed me for so long, is because I would see something up 100, 200% in a second, jump in. No idea what I was jumping into. And then by the time I looked at the news, it was up 400%, 500%. So I was being hard-headed. I don't even know if I was being hard-headed. I never really experienced that. So again, I don't try to pretend to be perfect or say I have the best trading style. I'm just honest with you with how I do it. So I learned a lot through that market too. But that was one of the hottest markets I've been a part of. I've seen hot markets, but this summer, between, I don't know, the new administration and the crypto treasury plays, didn't adjust to the hot market very well. But again, I think it's mostly because I'm very front side trader. But I've learned like the end of day playbook and fades, and I took a decent fade yesterday backside and did well on it. So you just have to use that playbook a little bit more. Man, this is rough, guys. Whew. Should have slept in today. Yeah, no, just straight. I agree with that. Yeah. Might be time to go to Forex. So I met this cool chick at the Friendly Bear conference, and you don't see a lot of female traders. So whenever I meet them, it's always intriguing for sure, because it's just a rare, just more rare. And she was a futures trader, and she was low key killing it. She even like showed me some of her numbers, because again, you always assume there's a lot of furus, and well, you don't assume there are a lot of furus. Again, it goes back to marketing. You don't have to be a good trader. You just have to know how to sell yourself. Because we know about Ross being a beast in pre-market, but there's bigger players than him. They're just low key, So just because you're a successful trader doesn't mean you're going to have like, a successful following if you're lame. But Ross is good at like selling a story, and he's a likable guy. But this Allie, she was a futures trader, because Tom was speaking at the event. And so there's a lot of future traders there, and she was killing it, like 6-figure months consistently. And she's just like trading gold, or there's a few other futures that she did, but it was mostly gold. She had a little breakout strategy. So I got her contact. I told her I wanted her to show me, but it's nice seeing other traders that are killing it, because most of the people at the conference were like newbies. And it was not just like barely 6 figures. She was having some deep 6-figure months. And I was like, Jesus. Very systematic though. I'm discretionary. A lot of y'all are discretionary. Very systematic trader, which it would be nice to have like some type of system like that in my bag too. But right now I'm not super interested. Life is kind of crazy right now. But one day, whenever I'm focusing entirely on trading, I might look into other playbooks. Colon, when is the last time we didn't have a single alert by 7:35? I don't know. Hello, Joey. Was it Tori? No, it wasn't Tori. Speaking of marketers, she's good at that too. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it. It's a compliment. It's a compliment. Like when I say that, it's just like, but no, it wasn't Tori. And I follow her too, and she's pretty cool. But she's actually going to be on the Words of Wisdom podcast here in the near future. Her name was Allie. Yeah, Allie was a futures trader too. Yeah, I guess that's the part that kind of, like, I guess bothers me about the trading style that he does. It's like, it's hard to make money like Ross does. You can, and again, like I've never thrown shade at long traders. If I did, I apologize. It's more that I don't have that in my bag. And maybe when it gets hot again, I'll try to incorporate that more. But like, I don't think like, going long is evil, like a lot of people think about us, but I'm just not, haven't had success with it. So. Yeah, no, I'm not really sure why he has as much success as he does. Yeah, it's a hard strategy. That's what I like about our Discord. Like, majority of people consistently win in there. My strategy is not too difficult. You just got to have good risk management. Alex, still at 95% with quitting. What do you mean by that? Do you have the Instagram for my school project? Yeah, I'll drop it in here. She was nice. I don't mind sharing her. She's low key though. She doesn't share much. We were talking about after she goes on. So she met Tom, and Tom got her the connection because he realized that she was like legit. Starter position, 7,000 shares. Because he knows there's going to be about 100,000, 200, 300, 500,000 shares that buy after him. He's good. Wow, this is crazy. No trade. I need to, like I was saying, the days I like mentally prepare myself the most, like I prayed this morning, reflected, meditated, like kind of analyzed how I wanted to trade today, especially from a sizing standpoint. And every time I do that, like, and not usually as deep as I did it today, it always turns out it's super slow afterwards. But then the days I come in here just barely prepared, woke up 5 minutes before the live stream, like, there's so much opportunity, but I'm not even in the right headspace. Yeah, PR. I got to hear Tom speak live, and he's such a cool dude too. Bro told a story how he went to about scared David Capablanca to death. Like he's at this point now that he's made so much money that he just wants to help people. And he went to Skid Row in LA, and David was like, "Bro, you can't go to Skid Row. If they knew who you were, you'd have been held for ransom, bro." But the point of that story is he's a really nice guy. You can just tell. Even helping the alley girl, getting her some views and eyes on her. It's cool to meet him, though. Didn't take a picture with him because I would have had to wait an hour because everybody wanted to take a picture with him. I thought when I was going into that conference, there's going to be a lot of short sellers, but there's like 10% short sellers. 90% of everybody was there for Tom. See why David got him on the books, though, because like he has a following. I was talking to people like, yeah, I came here from, I don't know, Thailand, and this person came from Canada, and this person came from like a country I've never heard of. Like it's just, they were all over the place. A lot from the UK. Super cool. Yeah, J Money, you're right. But that's kind of why I like short selling. Because again, like I'm trying to be honest with y'all. Like I made $350K since June of last year since I created the entity. That's just since I created the Bear of Wall Street. I don't talk about the money I made before then because I can't prove it. I didn't shut those accounts down. I can't link them to Kimfo because once I created the entity, I never thought I would trade on those personal accounts again. I have the tax documents, but it's just not worth even trying to prove. Like, so I just go with, I made $350K in the Bear of Wall Street trading career, and I've only done that with 25K accounts. I used to get up to maybe like when I had that blow up, I think the most I ever had was in my account was like 60K. But the point is like now I'm always keeping it between 25 to 40K. So even with quote unquote, I get that's not small money, but compared to like the Alex dude that trades on YouTube, he's a good short seller. Compared to the Clover people, compared to the Bear of Wall Street, the Friendly Bear. Like he told me he has like 90% or 75% of his net worth in his broker. And I was like, what? So like I trade relatively small account size, especially compared to everyone else. And that's just my risk management because I know my biggest enemy is myself. And sometimes when I take a big loss, I haven't mastered not revenge trading. So I kind of have to have only a certain amount in my account so I don't act up. But I love it though. Some of y'all OGs, some of the new members that have been following me, y'all haven't seen that side of me, and thank God, it's a blessing. I'm maturing as a trader, but some of you OGs, y'all have seen me take some nasty losses and just make some bonehead decisions. And that's kind of why I came off Kimfo. It's because like it was almost too much, just everybody seeing all my trades. But y'all know in the Discord, if y'all ask me a question, I'll screen share what my Kimfo says and share it. But it's going to be on my terms. Gives me a little bit more peace. Jelani, do you roughly keep track of how much you have to pay in taxes? Yeah, no, I'm very close to that. I buy houses, so I don't pay taxes. Got 4 rental properties now. Spent a lot of money on those to get them Airbnb ready, and it's not like trash Airbnbs. Like I'm spending like 6 figures on most of these houses to get them like adding pools, amenities, whatever. And then I do a cost segregation, and because normally you'd have to write it off over like 30 years. But if you do a cost segregation, they break it down by like item by item, and then you can write it off that year to offset your taxes. So for example, if I made $500,000 trading this year, I could buy a couple properties or one not really nice property, do a cost segregation, and I can write off basically the entire house outside of the land that year. So that's why I got into real estate. to pay less taxes. I know that's a taboo conversation, but I think you're dumb if you don't take advantage of the tax loophole. I didn't write it, but if I can get away with not paying the IRS $100,000, $200,000, like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So if that rubs you the wrong way, then we just don't think the same. I'd rather donate that to a charity than give it to the IRS so they can fund some BS in a country I don't never even heard of. You know what I mean? If I trust our government to spend our money wisely, it'd be a different story. But me and you both know that that's not the case. So long story short, Jelena, yeah, I stay very close to how much I owe. And then even with my S corp, that's why I created the entity. So I pay myself a salary, but I can take distributions at a lower tax rate. I'm playing a bigger game than just trading. I share the trading, but hopefully I can share the other things I do at some point. and I want to keep my eye on it. I'll cash out pretty quick. Oh yeah, there you go. Just drop. I didn't make hardly anything on it, but I want to see what this is. I didn't want to keep my eye off of it. You know, I don't mind taking multiple trades, but a sketchy Chinese ticker, I don't want to keep my eye off of. Well, that was a strong move. It's still pushing. Okay, I'm gonna grab some locates and start doing some due diligence on it. BBIX, what is the story with this one? Dang, it's already dropping. And this is why I kind of enter blindly a little bit more in these slow markets, because sometimes the move just don't, I mean, it's over before you can even do any due diligence. To acquire quantum, oh, dang. Should have held my full position, but I'm out here in 350s. I ended up making a couple hundred on it because that last flush was was money. These are the fake outs. So 8 o'clock fake outs. We are in the background unhelpers sending out trash setups. No, I appreciate y'all sharing the setups. That's hilarious. Yeah, some of them are trash, but I don't want to discourage y'all because sometimes y'all put some solid plays out there that I haven't seen or I haven't seen yet. So keep doing it. It's funny because sometimes I feel bad when I don't when I just like throw shade at them. EVC is popping. Let's see what this one's about. Nope, it's not popping. This is wild. Market. That's something I'm gonna have to tweak again. This is wild, guys. Yeah, this will go down in the books as one of the slower pre-markets I've ever traded, if not the most. I know I've said that a lot lately, but it keeps getting more slow and slow. So last time I said it, it's even more slow than it was that time. But again, like not concerned. I've seen hot, cold markets. Rotates. time to protect my capital, so I'm going to do it again. So I will see y'all, what's today? Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'll live stream tomorrow. And as usual, if you want to be a part of the Discord community, link in the description for that. If not, no big deal. I will be here tomorrow at 7 a.m. and I'll see you then. See y'all. I will be here tomorrow at 7 a.m. and I'll see you then. See y'all.
you.